Hello there. I've got a few things to set up quickly. Gotta do my timer, and then we'll get going with the little stream intro. Welcome back. Welcome back. Which one is this? This one? Bam. Load in. There we go. 4 hours. So yesterday I was sick and didn't get to stream. So today, instead of 2 hours, we're going for 4 hours. We're going to try and catch up. And from recommendations from last time, thanks to one of the guys that popped in, what was his name? It was like, let's have a look. We got a good friend here, P, because it's not letting me. Peldon, yeah. So Peldon joined in last stream and he gave us some advice. He was like, you need a bot to stop these people coming in just dropping links in your channel. And he said, you know, it would be nice to know where you are in your checklist. So we have a new checklist on the screen here. And I think one of the other pieces of advice, let's have a look. Simple to-do list. Get hotkeys on screen. I didn't do that. So let's actually just do that live. Streaming hotkeys overlay. So, yeah, feel free to read through the checklist while I do this. We're going to be working on getting the items in our game to be physicsy. So we got a little game here. Just leave game, post game. So yeah, I got a little game here. Walk around. I want to find some red items in the level. So here's one. Currently we can click these and it just on the server adds a random rotation. But we're going to attach it to our hand soon. So that's kind of where we're at with that part. We're going to be doing physics carries, rotations, drop-off points, etc. today. So right now, though, I want to get these hotkeys on because I completely forgot about that one. Apparently this is one of them. Give this a quick go. Extracting. We will actually get to game dev as well momentarily. You are currently bearing with me. Okay. Probably want like a whole keyboard. Because there's a lot of hotkeys in Unreal. Looking through the different options, I'll get it on screen over here. This is what I'm playing with right now. So you can right click on this and you can load a keyboard. And then you can play with these. So we've got like wheels. Whoa. Got some sort of big thing going on here. Yeah, subscribe for more. The core. Left mouse, right mouse. Whoa. Yeah, see, this doesn't show all the other keys, and there are a lot of keys. My cat's already asking to leave the room. Okay. We're gonna go with wheels. And we'll go like, this one looks kind of cool. And then now I've just got to figure out how to get that actually onto my stream. So let's go add, maybe like a window capture, keyboard. Let's add the Noah board. And of course, it's got like a nice green background for us because that's awesome. I've no idea how to chroma key that out, so maybe there's a different type of thing we can do. That's sad. I just have a black background. Can I just a black background? No? Okay, we'll use a blue background, I suppose. It's about as technical as I get here. So I'm not super keen, but you know, is what it is. Maybe if we can find a better one. I'll try another quick Google search. Transparent keyboard overlay for streaming.
The disease of addiction, it wasn't something that we spoke about in our community. We're supposed to do right. We're supposed to go to school.
So you can see now we got our keyboard and mouse overlay. It looks pretty cool, but it's not transparent. We can't see through that, so we need to fix that. So first thing is, let's go into our...
Apparently I just right click it. Right click. Oh, cool, look at this. Blending mode. Blending method. There's that color.
Our filters, we right click and then filters. So we're going to add a new filter, and this is going to be a color key.
Okay, let me do that. Filters, add, color key, please. No? I don't have the option for that. I don't have an option for color key. Okay, so now let's Google why I don't have that. OBS color key filter. Oh, that was because I was on the wrong thing. Okay, cool. Chroma key. We're going to go green. Close that. Let's jump back to our keyboard and load. Wheels. We want this. Simple black keyboard. Oh, look at that. I hit that subscribe for more in the top. You know what? Oh, where did it go? Did I just close it? I just closed it. Okay. We'll get there. We'll get there, guys. We'll get there. No board. Hey, Shabam, welcome back. Crazy to see you do a tutorial while you watch a tutorial of someone else watching it. Watch me as I do a tutorial on a tutorial. Okay, so now we should have a keyboard again. Cool. And now I should be able to crop that because we don't need that top bit, and I'm just going to shove that down there. Right, okay, so now we've covered everything that was asked for last time. I don't know why there's a little... Oh, I was like, why is there a purple thing on the background here? Interesting. Yeah, cool. So, that purple thing is somewhere else. Okay, so 10 minutes in, let's do the actual stream intro. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. And we're going to be doing some co-op horror-y style gameplay thing. Whoops. We're doing multiplayer addition to the horror template in Unreal Engine 5.6. So we're going to do one of these a week, hopefully. And so today we want to finish up on this one. All right, so... Well, let's just have a quick look at where we are at. So, previously, the 2 episodes that we've done so far, we replicated the players, the flashlight, movement, sprint, stamina, damage. We made so the doors were replicating nicely. We created some quick configs and plugins from our FPS session so that we can do multiplayer. And we created a little escape menu that just lets us leave and quit. We also set up some input mapping stuff, move that to the player controller as it should be, and we started on the loot. We got random item stuff sorted, so random items around the level. I wanted to use PCG, but we went with a typical manager style method. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, the shooter one was cool. We wrapped that up and we put that on itch.io, so people can take a look at that. Today we got random item places working. We got cache UI items. You saw that a little bit in the little demo I did there. And we're gonna get the physics carry rotation working, so when we pick up this item, it actually comes with us as we move around the level, and we'll get a drop-off point for that. So let's just get started with that. And I want to show you where we're at. So we'll go 2 characters, listen server, and just hit play. So we've got our server on the right here. We've got our client on the other side. We can crouch. We've got a little torch that follows our head. You can see our head sort of moves up and down. If I actually look at the wall here, you'd be able to easily see that the torch sort of follows that. Some polished things would be to add a actual torch in the hand. So we've got these items that are spawned around the world. Players can go and look at the cost of those. Whoa. So yeah, at the moment the player can actually stand on these, and it does mess with them. This is the door I was talking about. So there's a couple of these doors around the template level. We added some sound to it in the last episode. We've got some sprint. We've got a little sprint stamina bar at the bottom that you can see as well. It's interesting. You can see a little red cube in there. Pretty sure that's not on the other player. So there is a bug. There is definitely a bug in there. It was something to do with standing on that object. So if I actually go and click on this one. Yeah, we're not replicating these correctly. So let's take a look at what's going on there. If we go take a look at our loot manager. First thing is to just make sure that it's actually only happening on the server. Because if it's happening anywhere else, then we are no good. Yeah, so you've got a begin play here that sets a quota, and that quota determines how many items get spawned. Did I watch SGF that happened last week? SGF. SGF? What is that? Summer Game Fest. I did not watch it. But I have seen obviously a bunch of the game trailers and stuff that have popped up and around the more popular ones. Interested in a puzzle game? Yeah, post it in the comments to remind me, and give some details of what you want there. I suppose with the live stream chat you can't really do comments, but you could join my Discord. So my Discord link is at the bottom now. You could go and jump in there and drop some notes in, and I'll get them added to the list. I would like to do a puzzle game for sure. One of the plans is to do the 5.6 templates, like multiplayer all of them, share them online, and then go back through them and add assets to all of them and turn them into little games, and then make my own templates and share those, and then turn those templates into games. And so over the next few months, half a year maybe, every week we'll do something along those lines. Yeah, cool, man. It'll be good to see you in there. Okay, so yeah, this problem is that we have a manager that is actually triggering on the clients because there's no authority check here. But another way to solve this, we can either add, if we want something to happen on the server, we can either add a switch on authority here, or what I'm going to do in this one's case is, because I know that this particular actor doesn't need to replicate, it doesn't need to be on the client at all, it only needs to be on the server. There's a net load on client here, so if I don't do that, then only the server will load this object. And so if we hit play again, now we won't get random items on incorrect clients, which is much nicer. So we've got an object in the corner over here. One of the really nice things we did in the first episode was create a value component, which you can see is currently powering health at the top, and it's also powering the stamina bar, and it's soon going to be powering your cash amount as well. So now we do have this item that works a little bit more nicely. Okay. So let's take a look at our list. We've got physics carry is the next thing to do. So currently when we click on an object, it just bounces it around the area. We want to change that behavior to actually pick it up into the character's hands. And so the first thing that we need in the Aura player is something to actually hold that. And in order to do this, we're going to use a physics constraint that sits at a certain distance away from the player's view. And for that, we'll add a spring arm. And this spring arm is going to use the pawn's control rotation. So as we turn, look up and down, that spring arm will react somewhat appropriately, I would say. And let's not do collision checks because we just want this spring arm to be a length. And oh, that's the wrong person. It's Orion. Welcome, Orion. I don't know who Bam is, but Bam is also here. Okay, cool. So, yeah, Orion. Yeah, I remember you mentioned that's your IGN thing, right? So yeah, we're gonna have the spring arm. It's gonna be coming off the player's face here. We're gonna add something that we can see. So we'll just add a box collision that has no collision. This is just for debugging. We'll make sure it's not hidden so that we can see that box. We'll make sure that this spring arm is sort of around the height of the head. So what we'll actually do is we'll attach this to the head. It's maybe going to be a bad idea. Attach it to the head. The reason for this is because when you crouch, you want it to still be relative to your head height. Whereas if we do it on the capsule, it's not going to move when we crouch. We use world rotation because we don't really want this to... Okay, yeah, it's world rotation. I would like to rotate it. We won't take the yaw then. Okay, that's not working. So we can't rotate it. It's not great. What if we just say minus 300? Sure. reason I don't want to use the full rotation of the head is because we're actually animating the head. Like the head animates up and down already. So let's just see how that behaves. We'll just do one player for now. Okay, so we have this position where our object wants to be. We actually, I think we do want to use a collision test. Because if we touch the floor, we do want the object that's at the location's target to actually move with this. So this is good. Now, I don't necessarily like that it is the wrong way around, and sadly we are using the... We can't rotate it, even though we're not inheriting your... It really bugs me that that is the case. So, we'll just go -3. We'll just keep it. We'll just keep it there. We'll keep it at that. What we're going to do is control this length as well with that mouse wheel, and we'll do that in a little bit. But for now, that's our debug. Let's put a target point at the end of that spring arm. Target point is a little bit less. Oh, we can't do that from in here. Okay, maybe just a sprite. Just anything with a visual, so a billboard will do. Right. And we'll make sure that that's not hidden. Fun thing about this little raptor here. When I did the Titan Jam with Epic, a bunch of us got these little raptor heads from Unreal. It's pretty cool. Okay, so we've got our raptor head debugger. So now we can see where that's going to be. This is going to be the intended location of the item. And so next up, we're going to add a... Let's get out of there. We're going to add a constraint. A physics constraint to the end of this. So that's where our physics constraint will be. That's also not hidden in game. Does that mean we can see it? No. Or can we? Let's hide that. Yeah, okay. So we do need the little billboard for now because it's going to help us visualize. We'll add this to the end of the spring arm as normal. Okay. We're going to need a function that actually attaches something to that spring arm when we click on an object. Currently, when we click on an object, we see it sort of bounce around here. So we have this random impulse. What we want to do is we want to know who interacted, because currently we don't have a context for that. So let's go into our focus logics in our BPI interactable. We want to add, I think we want to add two things. I think we want to add the controller. We may also want to add a pawn of some kind. It could be a character, but and when we stop interact, we'll do the same logic. And then we have a nice interact component that we made in the last stream. And what we're going to need to do is send around sort of the owner of these things. So let's collapse this to a function. Oh no, convert to function, I think we're going to call this. Called by the owning client. We'll do a little sequence in here so that we're running this logic afterwards. We only tick the interact component for what we're looking at on the owner. But one thing that we want to do I think in this case as well, is getting the owner, casting that to a pawn, and promoting that to a variable. We'll just call it pawn owner. And from that we can get the controller as well, so we don't need the controller as well. And then when we do interactions, we're going to need to send these controller and pawn objects around. And the reason that we need the pawn, actually from the pawn we could get the controller, so we technically don't need the controller, actually, because we're just sending more data over the network than we need. Because we can get, for anyone who knows the controller, which would be the owning client and the server, we can get that information from the pawn, so we can send less information over the network. We don't need that controller. We're just going to send the pawn around. And in fact, I don't need to send the pawn over with to the server when I do my initial RPCs, because the server knows that this is attached to a pawn. So on event begin play, what we could do is we could actually run this logic on everyone, so that would be fine. Init owning, this is attached to a pawn, so we know that that's always valid. We're just caching it for later. So I have a nice little function in here that we've converted to a little function. We could do stuff with that later. Okay, so now we're sending that pawn around, which now means back in our loop, you can see we've got our pawn here. The reason that's important is because we now can cast it to this BP horror, and we can run some functions on the constraint that we made. Constraint has a bunch of things it can do. One thing that it actually definitely needs is, I believe that the component must be a primitive. But we will try a scene component. We'll try a scene component attached to this spring arm, and we'll call this physics root, I guess. And so on begin play, what this constraint needs to do is set component set constraint components. And so yeah, it's not letting us do this because I think this needs to be a primitive yet, so I was right. So we'll cut that name, delete that. We need to add a primitive, so let's just add a sphere collision. Stick that on the spring arm. Call this physics root. This does not want to have actual collision. Doesn't want to overlap. Character can't step on it. Can't affect navigation, which you can't anyway because we disabled collision. All right, see you later, man. Yeah, sorry, missed the message. So what we're going to need here in this second component is held item, and we will replicate that on notify. On rep held item, and so we will always set this up as such. And so there might be a clear break constraint. So if this held item is valid, we will set the constraint components, and if it isn't, we'll break the constraint. And so then we just need a setter for a set held item. Microphone is also in the way of my work here. That's that. In our loot, we will set held item to the static mesh, and then we will set held item to nothing when we stop interacting. Let's give that a go. We will need to put an item in front of us because otherwise we're going to be running around for ages attempting to pick up an item. So we do set the item data on here. See what happens. When the loot manager spawns an item, it just spawns it and then so I don't know why when I just drop one in the scene it doesn't work, because this is fine. This is fine. But when maybe it's because it never constructed. It looks like it's constructed there. What we'll do is we'll make sure that on begin play, so I think what's happening on begin play we'll also init these widgets and meshes, assuming that let's set this to -1 so we know that that's invalid. So as long as this is more than 0, we'll create our widget here. Because I think what's happening is if the item's already in the scene, it immediately replicates and there's no on rep because the value didn't change because construction already happened, the item data was already set. So we weren't seeing an update of certain particulars that are based on this on rep because the on rep would never happen. And so the other thing that we need to do in here now is make sure that we're validating the soft reference. Actually, we don't really want to do this unless this is more than 0, because the mesh might change. So let's just do that as well. Now when we hit play, we should actually see cache on that. Nice. So I clicked it, I let go of it, I clicked it again, it moved really far away. And let's take a look at our held item logic here. So we'll get these two objects, click, put this physics root, cool, it's attaching them both together. We've got our physics constraint. Component doesn't really need to replicate, I don't think. Stable collision between the bodies joined by this component. That may be good. I have a theory that it's possibly moving to 0 in the world, so if we put this as, yeah, you can see here 0 is actually off in that direction. One thing I like to do when I'm building out projects is make sure I can see that 0 point. So I'm actually just going to grab everything in the game and I'm just going to move it all over, so that I can see that 0 point. Move this to 0. Okay, so 0 is now here in this little location. So what I like to do again is I like to add just something that denotes that location for me. Just for debugging. I made a material somewhere that was for debugging. So let's click on this guy. Cylinder M debug, yeah. So I want that on here, please. Okay. That's our debug location. If I click, I do pick it up. Wondering if, well, if the spring arm was reacting to that object, it would, the billboard that we created would move. So I wonder if it just works if we just pick up and drop it as well, rather than breaking it. It doesn't seem like the constraint ever actually does anything, which is annoying me. So what sort of properties do we have? I want to do a limit of maybe like 50. I want to have a somewhat soft constraint with some stiffness and damping. It's not breakable. And it has some swing motions, accelerations. It's got a slurp here. Okay, let's try this. Not lifting it up there. Okay, it's definitely not doing what I expected it to do. And I believe it is also affecting my spring arm. No good. I wonder if I can set spring arm ignored components, which I cannot. And so the problem is when it does work, it's just going to slowly come towards my face. So let's fix that. We would therefore need a new trace channel for this to work on, or we just ignore camera on our loot. Is strange, but it still hits visibility, but it doesn't hit camera, and camera is the one that we care about in this case. So physics actors should not interact with camera. So let's go project settings, collision, presets, physics actor, and we'll just ignore camera. That'll fix that problem. Doesn't fix the problem about it not actually attaching to our, or constraining, I should say, to this physics constraint component. Connect two rigid bodies. So maybe this needs to be simulating, but then I would not enable gravity. But then I don't know where it's gonna go. So maybe I set it to kinematic. So what I could do is attach the billboard to the physics route. That way I know exactly where that physics route actually is. It's over there, okay. Go to our viewport. Double check what's going on with this stuff. So we've got a billboard. Let's put it where our physics route is. It is attached to our spring arm, but that physics route is obviously a little bit off. So we'll do that. Okay, so if I turn off simulated physics, we're good. Now attach that to there. What other constraints do we have? We just have physics constraint, and it's to attach two rigid bodies together. So this needs to, I believe this needs to simulate physics. I don't want to do that. What do we want to do here? We want to take kinematic from simulation. See, that would have been cool. I guess one of the other things we could do is actually set this sphere to not be hidden in game. Yeah, that is annoying. If I have to update that on tick, I'm going to be upset. What happens if I enable gravity? Does it drop? It didn't even drop. It doesn't even. Oh, wait. Maybe it's because it has no collision. Maybe that's the problem. Let's just go custom. Ignore everything. And let's just block world. Wow. It just doesn't want to move. I enabled gravity. Invalid simulation option set to simulate, but the collision enable is incompatible. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to do this. So, used for physics simulation for rigid bodies. Cool. Okay, so now that's actually doing something. Let's go back to our guy here. Turn gravity off. Fine. So we pick this object up. So what we want is for it to just sort of snap over to this object, but it's not doing it. That's not working. If I turn physics off. Let's just go back to basics quickly here and just create something in the scene to manage this. We've got... I could just jump over to a tutorial quickly and find out what's going on here. Let's type physics constraint swing UE5. Yeah, so we've got good old Gorka. That will help. Have a watch.
Physics constraints component. It's going to be a very easy to follow, so let's get started. Alright, so the physics constraint component is basically a component that will allow different of objects to be used. As an example, of course. Interesting. Anyway, so the first thing that we are gonna add is the first static mesh, and let's call this the master. In this case, this is gonna be like the parent object, and then the other object will basically be constrained into that master object. So for example, let's see if I go into the started content and props, we can have some props in here that we can use. As an example, of course, you will use this in your case, but in my case, what I'm going to do is get this lamp, okay, and then get this statue. And what I'm going to do is simulate that this statue is a bulb and it's like hanging broken from the lamp. It's like, you know, I didn't find any other props, so, but you know, I think it's a quick example just to get into the idea, you know. So we're gonna get this lamp and put it here. So this will be the parent, okay. This will be basically the one that the bulb will be attached into. So let's say that, you know, let's imagine it doesn't have a bulb, and the bulb will be another component, which let me duplicate this, and this will be the child. Okay, and this child will be basically the statue, which of course is not a bulb, but you get the idea, right? It would kind of be a bulb. So in my case, I'm gonna place it a bit down, 180 degrees, and also make it smaller, and then just put it like hanging, let's say, on a distance around here. So imagine that there will not be any cable, but you could imagine then the cable once the physics are on. You will see what I mean in a second. Anyway, so once we have the two objects I want to, of course, constrain together, we have to just go here and add the physics constraint component. We just press enter, and then we'll have a few variables over here.
There's a physics handle. I just spotted that. Physics handle. Utility for moving physics objects around. That sounds useful. It's an actor component though. Weird. Linear damping. So that sounds very much like the Skyrim kind of object. Interpolate the target. Interpolation speed. How quickly we interpolate physics target transform. Target location. That target. Constraint, set mesh, set physics. There's got to be some sort of setter on here for the object that we're actually moving. Apparently not. So how does it know what it's moving? It's moving. Yeah, like what? What? How do you determine what it's moving? Utility object for moving physics objects around. Sure. Ah, here we go. Look, grab component. At location as well, so that's cool. So for this, sadly, we're going to just grab it from the middle because we don't know the grab location because we didn't send that data around. But that's fine. So let's do, if this is true, let's do that, and if it's false, let's just release. And we'll need to tick. Are we ticking? We are ticking. Event graph. We have a tick already. We do have a tick, so let's make a new function. Update held item. The held item is valid. And we will set the rotation to target rotation, which we may need to replicate later. So that'll just be 0 by default. Yeah. Get location. Get socket location. Get. Maybe it is socket location. Weird. Socket name. I don't understand that. Oh, it's a scene component. That's good. Oh, that's the physics root. I'm doing the wrong thing. Right. Get location. And it's this socket location. No? Okay. Fun. Okay. Take like billboard. Yeah. This is just our little helper position. Let's just do that. We could interpret this as well. So this could even be a little smoother. Of course, that doesn't do anything. Probably because we didn't call the update held item function. It went somewhere. I'm gonna get rid of this physics root and constraint for now, because that's not helping. See what happened in slow motion. So we can do a command called slowmo 0.1. That's cool. We are able to move that around. I think one of the things I need to... There's a couple of things I need to do. That spring arm... Billboard isn't moving with that spring arm, which is awkward. It used to move. It definitely used to move. We have a little spring arm. We have a little billboard. No longer doing what we had it doing. So we've lost some functionality. We're like an hour in, and we definitely don't have anything completed. So I knew this part would be the most awkward to do part because it's physics. Okay. But why is my spring arm not working? It only worked when there was a sphere on the end. I find that so bizarre. Let's put the sphere there. Even that's not working now. Oh, look at that. The sphere does work. Weird that the billboard doesn't. Weird that the billboard doesn't work in that regard. Weird. Maybe it needs to have a primitive component on the end for that whole spring arm to work. So what if we turn collision off on this now? Yep, still works now. Okay, well, I just learned something interesting. Okay, so next off, that's set a good location. Yeah, something interesting going on there. So when a loot gets picked up, we need to do something here. We need to gravity to false, I think. And then when it's dropped, we need to set gravity to enabled. We also need to check that both of these are happening. So that's cool. And yeah, it does drop it. And then when we do an interp here, the vector interp 2, it's gonna go from the world location of wherever it is to this new location over delta seconds. The interp speed will be just like 10. Just fly off into oblivion. What we could do, is because we're using the billboard, we could potentially move this out of the floor slightly. Just pushes it like really badly. Do a new YouTube UE5 physics handle.
Hi, welcome. Interact component is the component I just need to drag my physics handle interact. We can see rotation speed set to 1. Let's set it to 5. So you don't have to basically create and do all of that from scratch. So we play this.
Okay, how's this guy doing
Camera
it?
will be automatically found by spec. You can set. You just need any camera in your character. So this is something that I would expect any character to have, which is odd now. And Tails a component that with some options. And physics handle interact component is the component that I created, which basically gives you all of the inputs and controls that manipulate this physics handle component. So you don't have to basically create and do all of that from scratch. So we need basically both of them. So if I create this guy and also add physics handle, when I add 2 of them, this is basically enough for this setup in here. Now one thing that we just need to do is pull this physics handle track component, and we just need to activate it somewhere. So I'm gonna activate it on B, and I left click on this object, we grabbed it, and I have set up the mouse.
He's showing how to use his own system. Okay.
customize it and work with it under the hood, because usually for projects you need to customize it in some way to make it work exactly how you want for your project. And I try to make this component kind of, so I'm gonna cover all of them so you if it grab it or not.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything weird. Like, that looks fine to me.
Off Gentle, non-sticky, and fragrance-free mosquito protection.
Yeah, screw mosquitoes.
Summer savings start now with the best price of the season for Corsair Plus. Get 50.
What's up, guys? Welcome to new on-view and out of the object, and you can type. Let's make that, for example, when we hold the E key, we'll basically pick up the object that is basically in front of us. So go ahead and find a nice space in the event graph, and then you can type key E, and then go here, and we go. In this, go ahead and go. Yeah, it's a little bit hard. We're gonna drag it around while we're holding the.
So yeah, we did do the grab location correctly. Alright, what's going on? Don't do physics, that's like the key. If you've got an object, grab. Oh! Ha! Grabbing it at 0. Yeah, well, let's just get the world location. We're gonna grab it there. Thanks very much. Let's get rid of these set constraint components and stuff. Okay, maybe that was the only problem. Oh, wonderful. Okay, so I was just dumb. I kind of want it to overshoot a bunch, and then like come back and wibble wobble. So let's play with some of the values that we have, like physics handle here. We got linear damping. Let's just set it to 50. Linear stiffness. Well, let's just do one value at a time. So what does damping do? It's going to make it a little bit faster to move, I guess. Let's set this to really low, so there's like a very little stiffness. Okay, so there was a little wobble there. Did you see the tiny amount of wobble? Let's try again. So that's cool. Womp. We've got this kind of... I figure as well that whilst we're holding it, it should always have the cache on screen. This is nice though. We can turn it around. Yeah, our object comes to us. So what happens if we set the stiffness to 1? Wow, it's really slow. Okay, so set this to 200. I think damping is just how slow it moves in the air, so this is going to be worse. Oh no, it doesn't like that. It glitches out quite bad. Okay, so let's just go like 10, 10. Interpolation speed, can I just do 20? How about I do like 100? Tell you what, we can actually turn off all of our debug stuff now. We can set this to be hidden. It only works if there's a sphere at the end of the spring arm. Okay. Okay, so it's really slow. Speed it up. Physics handle. How quickly we move to the target transform, which suggests that I don't need this interp to. And we're interping to our own location, so we need to do that. Whoa. Why you just hit me in the face now? Why are you hitting me in the face, bro? Why are you suddenly attempting to hit me in the face? Oh, it's because I'm using the spring arm. Yeah, I should be using the billboard. It's not doing a good wobble. So let's slow this back down to like 25, see how that goes. If there's something to do with the stiffness, let's just put that at 0.1. Just want to get this feeling really elasticy. Okay. We had it so good at one point. Okay, so one thing I want to know is if this is actually working across the network. So let's get 2 clients and just make sure that we're actually good here. Okay, so you watch and you do the thing. Yeah, so that's cool. We have got like a physics-based, networked kind of movement. You can see there are occasions where it right, yes. So the one on the client's still doing gravity. And so on our loot here, this object is replicated. We're going to add a held variable in here that's rep notify. And we will use that to determine whether gravity is on or not. So if it's not held, gravity is on. That'll fix that little drop that was happening. Should do. But it would if we were to set the variable. Set held. Yes. No. Why is it doing that? I wonder. Maybe this should only happen on the Authority for the updating of the held item. Just trying to make sure that the state between the client and the servers up like clean. Interesting, it's still dropping. Yeah, weird. Huh. It does look like it's still falling. Essentially. Let's go here and let's try gravity. Is gravity enabled? String self display. Jump in here, we'll jump into, is gravity enabled? Sorry, we want that there. This is the key. That saves us from having like an absolute ton of prints on our screen. We'll go to Switch Authority has enabled. Where are we at? We're at 1 hour and 15 minutes and we have got the holding working. Hey, how's the tummy? Yeah, my tummy's feeling better. Thanks, Zero. I had a barbecue and I had like 2 beers. And that was fine, but as soon as I ate this chicken, just like shit went downhill real fast. And I just went home and then died for a day on the insides. It was terrible. So I didn't get to stream yesterday. So we're doing a 4-hour one today. We're going to do 2 in a row. Well, I could do maths. How long ago did you say that? 1 minute ago. Man, I'm getting used to checking chat more often. Okay, so we want to know if this actually... Yeah, so that is fine. Let's do this weird thing. Interesting. Yeah. Why? Question mark. Why? What happens if the client picks it up? Oh yeah, the client wants to go... Where does the client want to go? Back? The client just wants to go back. Weird. Can't drop it either. Fun. So stop interact is a bad one for dropping the item, I find. Yeah, streaming, you want to try and keep it consistent, right? So yeah. And stop interact. Stop interact is a bad one for dropping the item because it requires you to be... Well, in fact, when you look away from the item, it essentially stops interacting. You just want it to be when you release the interact key. So we're not going to use stop interact on here for the release. We're just going to have a custom event, release item. What's the best way to do this? But I'm going to have a grab and a release function. Starting interact is going to grab it. Release item is going to stop grabbing it. Let's go collapse to function, grab item. Drag this in here. Oh, this needs to be a pawn. Keep our functions clean. Convert this to a function. So we have our grab and drop, or grab and release. On our character, let's create an inputs graph. Do IA interact. And if this is cancelled or completed and we have a held item, we will custom event server release. Will be running on the server reliably. It will validate again and release. There. Loot. This item. I should really move all of this to a better component architecture, because like having it just in the character, I'm not a fan. But we just want to get it done, so let's just get it done. New overlay set for the checklist. Yeah, we're still on the first item on the list, which is the physics carry, and then we'll go for the physics rotation. That was one of the feedbacks I got from one of the guys on stream the other day. Thank that guy. But yeah, letting go of the mouse did not release the item. Click, release the item. There's a little bit of a back and forth here that I'm not enjoying either, which is like setting the held item in this case, but like sort of data chaining back and forward, which is why I kind of want to move this to a more standardized system component of some kind. Anyway. Let's just go south. Grab, release. It didn't release. Clever. Client didn't do it. Client did not do it. Server did though. Let's have a look. Yeah, server definitely dropped it. Client also dropped it that time. It's still attached to my spring arm, which is weird. We got like some unreliable RPCs going on somewhere. So that's the only thing I can think as to why this is reliable. Is interaction reliable? Interaction should definitely be reliable. Reliable. Ooh. You're not reliable. You're not replicated. Oh my god. That's a bit of a fail. Although it doesn't matter because that's just stop interacting. We're not actually using that right now. So we got the server start interact here. That's wrong. Server stop interact. And when we do our trace here, we set our interactable if we actually no longer have an interactable. We just come down into interactable here. We stop focus here. We should technically stop interact here as well, but we never did. So let's make sure we actually do that. This just means that if we're no longer looking at this object, we're not able to interact with it because we're not looking at it, like a button or a lever. Yeah, so some weirdness going on. Class defaults, we got held item, it's primitive, it's replicated. Okay. Oh, it's like immediately attached to my face. What are you doing? Why? Okay, so on the server, click the item, lift the item, let go of the item, click the item, lift the item, let go of the item. On the client side, we've got this weird, what I would say is pretty much gravity. Or is it trying to go back to its old position, maybe? You can test that theory by putting it over here and then moving it this way. Is it trying to go back to where it came from? It is trying to go back there. Test that theory one more time and just say like, oh, it was here. Are you trying to go back there again? It is trying to go back there. Very interesting. Grab item, pawn. What I want to do to make this a little bit cleaner is change this to holding. Right, because then you can't have two people grab an object, but that's okay. We'll just go with one person grabbing objects. We're going to replicate this holding pawn in the same way that we did for the held function. So we're going to move this logic for enabling gravity, and we'll remove the held function. And if there's a holding pawn, actually we can just do valid off of this. We'll use this to determine whether we're doing gravity. If there's not a holding pawn, then gravity is enabled. The nice thing about this is we don't need two variables, and we have now a grab item where we just set the pawn that's holding this. We have a release item where we just unset the pawn, come in here if we have a pawn. He then has a set held item. Look, so on rep holding pawn, we need to do two things. We need to set and essentially unset. What I could do do this in here. The last held item thing, that's the problem. It's like we need to be able to undo it, but if you have a held item in the pawn or not, then when you don't, it's not going to re-enable gravity on the thing because it doesn't know what it is anymore, essentially, because held item became false. Okay, we are gonna save some of this back in the previous way. It is important to have an on-record held as a boolean, as a state on this object, because it needs to have gravity enabled or not based on being held. Let's clear out all of our event graphs. I don't think we need this. I'm just trying to figure out better ways of handling all this because there's some discrepancy somewhere. So this guy holds an item. If he has a held item, he grabs it. Physics handle. Let's clean this graph a bit. Need that down there. Oh, that's interesting. It grabs it. Huh. There might be something to do with this world location, this grab. Grabs the specified component at a given location, and of course, depending on client and server, those two things might be in different places. So what I might do is just teleport. If I teleport this, it's not going to be too bad. Teleport an actor. I'm going to try teleporting the held item. It's actually a held primitive, but ignore that. I'm going to try teleporting the held item. Location of the billboard before grabbing it. That might solve the problem. Gut instinct here. Interestingly, now the server and the client are doing it. This guy somehow grabbed it without having the mouse button pressed. Weird. Something's up with the interact component because he just grabbed that without. The tick disabled by default on this actor? It is. Event tick, trace for interactable, set interactable. This should only happen if init owner was called. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. It's just immediately. Huh. So now what I think is the tick is still enabled on here. That would tick enabled. No, it is false on the interact component. Do I have two interact components? Nope. There's a function call for this. Find references by name. When the controller changes and is valid and is local, then we init the owner. And so we should only do that once on the server for the server's one. Once on the client for the client's one. Now, I'm not interacting with anything, so see, grab item just got called. I didn't click, by the way. I specifically didn't click. Because of the oh right, okay, it's because of some bad code inside the interactable, which was the expectation. So we call server stop, which server stop, emphasis stop. We should really only call. What's going on there? Stop interact, MC stop. We should really only call this stop interact if we were interacting. We need to handle the state of interacting or not interacting, because right now we were accidentally calling stop interact just when you like look past the object. Two things we could do there. We could not call this. Well, we should not call this unless we were interacting with it. It is interacting. Do this on the local, I think. Yeah, we'll do this on the local. So set interacting. It's false here, so it's true here. We can only call stop interact from a focus change if we were interacting. And we can only oh, come on. Not gonna let me do that. Crazy. Okay, we'll just put it here. And we can only call stop interacting from a mouse release if we're interacting. So we can retain all the functionality, but we just have an extra state in here that's local. Yep, we know this is happening on the right person. Just brushing past the object, like broke it. So let's just brush our eyes past this. That's cool. Pick it up. Still got that attempt. It's attempting to go to the location over there. Let's get some debugs back on our billboard here. So let's set that to not hidden. Let's set our sphere to not hidden. Let's now just do one player and just double check that we'll get what we expect. We'll grab the item, yeah, sure. We're not getting the cool wobble that we wanted from last time. But we are able to move an item around the world, drop the item, probably throw this item, presumably. Whoop. That's cool. I don't really like the teleport. I'm just going to remove that for a second. So just hold control. I wonder if you can enable and disable these now. So yeah. In PCG, you can just enable a node. It would be really nice to just disable a node. In Blueprint. Just like rotating that crazy. Because I clipped it on this wall. It's like, bonk. Can I give it a good throw? I can. That's cool. Okay, anyway. Just testing out the reliability of it there. Okay, so let's go for 2 players and see if we're... Of course we're going to still get that strange behavior. Always trying to return back. Very bizarre. Let's check our static mesh. Type in rep. I'm going to say that the component replicates. Take a look at this. This is all replicated. That was even worse. Print this. Self. Get display name. Use that as the key. Say held. And we'll grab this again. Move it down here. Okay, so we're just going to say dropped. We're at 1.5 hours. We still haven't finished the physics grab. It's like the first thing we're supposed to do. I didn't actually get a held on here. On this onRep held, set held item. I'm not seeing any print for that. Got dropped, but we're not getting held, which is really bizarre. We just get true. Let's find references to this. It's gravity enabled. Yeah, gravity should definitely not be enabled in that particular circumstance. True. Yeah, no, that's not supposed to happen. Okay, false, that's good. We get the dropped event. We're just not getting the dropped event on. There's got to be something up with that print string that I added, because print to screen, print, the key is the display name. We're getting this one. So weird, we're just not getting this one. Oh, I know what's happening. It's because of this. It's because of this play thing. Okay. Such bizarre movement. We do get held, we do get dropped. Server and client, both at the same time. Everything is fairly good there. Let's go switch on authority for the update of the position, which may or may not help. I mean, it is moving around. Let's have a look. Google, grab objects, how to use this. Let's go UE5. Physics handle. replicated physics is jittering, replicated physics handle, hit on Joe's update location. A lot of people have had the same problem, so that's good. Okay, so next. I'm curious if I only do this on the authority, then the client isn't attempting to move the object to the physics handle, only through the replicated location. And then another idea is to disable replication or replicated movement on the held object and just let everyone simulate the physics whilst it's held. Because we know that the direct location that it needs to be in is replicated well enough. Interesting that that's still going on. So yeah, what I think I'm going to do is everyone can hold it, and when it's held on the authority, we will set replicate movement, and we'll just set that. If it's not held, we'll replicate the movement. And so we're just allowing authority over the movement to be completely based on physics. Of course not. Maybe we do that on everybody. you just really don't like being picked up. I'm gonna just turn replication off on this actor for a second and see if it ever works on the client, because there's something really weird going on there. Okay, so that's no longer replicated, that's fine. Is the object replicated? It is. Oh, bizarre. Nice and smooth over there. Yeah, why wouldn't it move properly? No, replicate physics to autonomous proxy. Let's try turning that off. I mean, that's gonna screw up. Now there's an object over here. Can't see. Where did it go? Where did that one go? Over there. It's still dropping. Though attempting to go back to its original location. Weird. Right, it's definitely grabbing it. Oh, right. Amazing. Okay. Okay, so we finally solved something, I think. We now replicate. Was one of these tick boxes was the problem, because we're getting somewhere now. The one I do on the server is no good. The on the client is good. Server's client's no good. Weird. Is it this tick box? Nope. Let's try this replicate movement as well. So we're going to turn off replicate movement whilst it's held, because the client should know exactly where it needs to be. Interesting. Pitch isn't working on client side there. Or spring arm. Oh man. That's weird. I want to make sure that these two things are working well. Ah, cool. So did the bot actually work? Because we've had a message in our channel and we do have a bot enabled. We're supposed to have a bot enabled. Seri, did you do your job? No, it didn't. So oh, sadly I can't get rid of that, so that's just going to stay there. Awesome. Well, we'll get the bot working next time. Okay. So right now all we're solving is that this spring arm isn't moving with the head in the way that we want it to, but we'll get there. Might be annoying. Yeah, so it is literally facing in the direction of the head. Sadly, over the network, control pitch works, but only to the client. Cool. Look at this. This is exactly what I was hoping for. just looking down at the floor, just looking up at the ceiling. Easy. So, yeah, that spring arm is just not taking on the pitch that I wanted to take on. Not the yaw. It's a bit bizarre. Roll pitch. Okay, so we're just gonna have to update this bloody pitch on the spring arm on tick, I assume, based on the base aim control rotation. Okay, so we don't inherit anything, and then in our event graph where we're updating in that function we have for updating the held item, we may as well have a new one. It's just update. Call this. Yeah, just update constraint location. Constraint transform in this case, I suppose. Constraint rotation. Set world rotation to get base aim rotation. It does exist like directly on the character. It's just called base aim rotation. It does take the pitch into account. It does that on the server and the client. So you can see server can move his head up and down. That's all good. The client does the same thing, up and down. And I'm guessing. Well, I'm not calling that function for stats, so we need to do that. Update constraint rotation. Guessing it's behind us. Interesting. It is rotating in strange ways. Yeah, look at these weird rotations that we're getting on this. If we set it to world. Yeah, cool. Okay, so now if I look at this guy, I can look up and down. That's working correctly. Cool. Look at this guy. An object. Good. Pick it up on the client side. It's good again. Okay, so finally, it took us 2 hours, and we're at a position where I've managed to get rid of most of those bugs that we were having. So let's just hide some of our components now, get rid of some of our prints. Get this teleport. The main solution for the jitters that we're having with the physics object is to not replicate movement once we've picked the object up on the client side. There is a slight delay in this held function happening. I noticed. Want to maybe... There's no guarantee in which order these are going to come in, but I might just move them around a bit. There's a bit of a delay when replicate movement stops. One thing that we do need on our horror HUD is a little dot in the middle of the screen that just tells us where we're looking. So we have this UI for horror. Let's just add an image. Great, we'll call this dot. Dead center 2x2. So now we can actually see exactly where we're looking. Oops, a little bit. So I'm not keen on the lag for the movement. I do want it to be like really quite wavy. Pretty cool. For our UI that pops up when we're holding this object, I kind of want to set this to true if this is locally controlled. Just always set it to false if the item is released. So if we're no longer held, just the UI always goes to false. And then not have that based on focus. So you have to pick it up. Yeah, it's probably set to true. So that follows now. The lag is a little bit slow, so that. Interact distance on the box here, I want to just make it a little bit more, so 400. Nothing really telling us that we're hovering it now, which is not great. I hate that you can't walk off ledges with this character as well. Let's just change that quickly. Walk off ledges. There we go. Because if I choose to go like this, it can actually drop. Awesome. Okay, so let's update our checklist. We finally got one thing off the list. Okay. Physics carry. Okay, so we're going to do the RMB rotate next. Alrighty. So let's jump over to that. IMC underscore horror. Let's grab our interact, just duplicate that, IA rotate. Save. Add that to our input mappings. Just our right mouse button. Inputs here, IA rotate. Okay. Set rotating item. Have a new variable, rotating item. As the held item is valid, when we start this, we can be rotating the item. And if we cancel or complete, we're no longer rotating the item. Sorry, we should set rotating item. Yeah. So, because we're going to call this from multiple places, we want the results to be consistent. It's easier to do it this way. Set rotating item like this. If we also receive that the onRep for the held item is no longer valid, we're going to release the item and set rotating to false. Now when we are rotating, we're going to look input for the get player controller 0. This we need to branch locally controlled here. This is the local controlled character. First, if we're local, then we're going to disable look rotation, but we're going to use the input for the look to control the object's rotation. So what we do is set look ignore when we're rotating, and then just reset look ignore when we are. And then what we'll have as well is custom event for server set object rotation. Have that run on the server reliably, I think, because we want it to happen. Could call it server edit object root. We should probably just set it. Branch whilst this is triggering, as long as we're rotating the item. If we made a target rotation for the item here, let's delta this rotator, I think. Is that the one? Add. You do this one. I think it's something like this. We'll multiply this axis value by a float, be delta seconds. We'll multiply it again by a float, which we'll just call 5, which is just rotation speed. Break that. This should be X and Y up and down, so it'll be yaw and pitch, and that'll be our new target rotation. We'll be calling that over on the server. Be replicated. Then we'll go set object rotation. Set item rotation, I suppose. And then over in our update held item, we have this rotation, target rotation. It should be fine. Let's have a look how that goes. Print out rotation. I'm not getting anything from out of there. What we did wrong. We are definitely ignoring look input. Doesn't seem like we're hitting this. Yeah. Let's go for ongoing. Okay. IMC underscore mouse look. A mouse look ongoing. Take that. Right. That up. Rotate it. No. Whoa. Okay. I did hit a wall with it that time. We do need some damping on that rotation. Yeah, it's really not good. Interesting. Yeah, weird. Let's go update constraint rotation here. Let's just print my mouse look. So we are getting some values in there. What I might do is branch in here for rotating. Just take that logic that we built. Put that here. Take. I'm definitely telling it to rotate, but it ain't doing it. Wonder why that would be. Target location and rotation, yeah. Do I need to set this to a lot lower? Is that the problem? Let's target rotation. Use that as a key here. All right. So we're getting pitch up, down. We're getting roll, which we don't necessarily want. Let's make sure. Yeah, our roll is 0. Set it to 0. Interesting. We are combining two rotators though, so maybe we'll just do this wrong. Let's just take the target rotation, add the pitch that we want, add the yaw that we want, and make a new rotator here. Take pitch and yaw. Hope that that's a little bit nicer. Yeah, so yaw left, right, up, down. Cool. But it's doing nothing to our object. So let's go debug that quickly through Google again. This is oh, you need to grab component at location with rotation. Okay. Sure. Update. Rep item set grab location set. Lock. Oh, sorry, grab location with rotation. Guess we'll use the world rotation of this as the default. It would help if I grabbed it. Okay, so now we can rotate it, and it's got a little bit of wiggle to it, which is cool. The rotation speed's a little bit slow. I have to move my mouse quite a bit, so we can just play with this speed variable now. That's cool. This is just like if you've got like a really long object and you want to rotate it through a hallway, which we will actually go and simulate the concept of. So if we go to our loot art, we've got this long one. Let's go modeling. Let's go to X-form, transform. Just scale this right up. It's like a long plank of wood or something, right? So we'll, oops, complete that, bake it, accept that, cancel that, and then jump back in. I'm gonna have to create a couple of objects and hope that we get a plank at some point. There we go. Okay, so you pick up this plank, you're like, yeah, I kind of need to get this through the hallway, so we're just gonna rotate it around, then you move it through the game world. And the reason that that's going to become important, although I guess I'd never have something this long because it's actually going to hit me, the reason this is going to be important is because one of the next tasks is to make you lose value when you knock it against things. Okay, so we're getting a little bit closer now, which is good. Save that. Might need a quick coffee break. Just go refill. Okay. So let's hit physics rotate on the list. We're starting to cook with gas now. Next up is drop off point. Off on our Figma as well. That one took considerably less amount of time. Drop off point total. Okay. Actually, let's double check that our rotation is working over the network before we make too many assumptions here. Cool. Let's see what happens when we enable net emulation. So if we go to our advanced settings, I like to do this from time to time. It is important before shipping anything, obviously. Enable network replication. We'll say everyone is bad. Hit play. So this will give us an idea of what happens if we're connected to someone across the ocean, or if we just generally have a bad net connection on a particular day, for whatever reason. I'll move it here now. I'll pick this up. Actually not too bad. It's a little bit delayed, but it's otherwise good. And you can just throw this object around. Yeah. Usually what you're looking for is, if your code is not written in a nice linear and clear pattern, things will fight each other in the order of operations that the networking actually happens when it's under stress. So that emulation helps you find sort of vulnerabilities in your code, in terms of like race conditions and things like that. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then I will be right back as well. So let's go here. microphone. That'll help. Okay, we're back. Got my fresh decaffeinated beverage. Who's still with us right now? We've got, well, my application doesn't really tell me how many people are actually viewing, but it says we have some people. So, hello. If you don't know what we're up to, we're creating a replicated cooperative resource gathering game, I guess. And we have a little checklist. We're at the drop-off point total, so I'll show you where we're at the moment. We've got 2 characters. Hit play. I'm gonna obviously add some AI to this at some point. I'm still replicating net relevancy like really badly, so get our sprint going. One thing that needs to happen with our sprint there, I just noticed, when we're in an environment where we're moving a little bit slower, we have this server set sprinting. If we find this by name, we're evaluating the sprint in the client side, and we're updating whether we're sprinting, which sets our move speed. And one of the things that we want to do is collapse this to a function called on sprint changed, because we want this to happen on the client immediately. Let's just say sprinting here, get rid of this second condition, put sprinting, but we'll call this in sprinting so we know it's different to the actual property of sprinting. We've got to create an event here. Lost an event. What does this do? We lost some logic. Don't remember what this is supposed to do. I think it's this. Let's just Control Z back a little bit, at risk of crashing the engine. So yeah, here we've got this regenerate. We want this to be an event, so we'll create an event for that, and this will be regenerate stamina. Yeah, let's take all this, create a function, on sprinting changed. Yeah, we just got a little issue where in a low latency environment, we have to wait for that variable to update when we press shift, and then we get some strange feeling sort of latency on the event. So if we do it on the client and the server, the client's going to just do it immediately, and the server's just going to have to catch up. And that feels better for the user. So on sprinting changed, we put that in here. We also put this in our sprint function. So in here, when we server set sprinting, we want to do it like so. That might mean, because it might mean that we call this a few times, but let's just have a look at how that feels. In particular for the client. Actually, didn't help. Hoping it would be a lot smoother. Basically, we're still bouncing around quite a bit. Server set sprinting here, on sprinting changed. Yeah, so this should have happened on the client sooner and felt a lot nicer. Hey Peldon, how's it going? Got the checklist, got the keyboard inputs. Do have a bot, but the bot doesn't work because the Twitch profile needs to be validated. Yeah, I got some of those things in, so that was cool. I'm just gonna not worry about this, what I was just doing, because it's obviously not actually giving me the result that I wanted. So we'll just keep it like that. Let's turn the net emulation off. Get back to scripting the game. Okay, got 2 characters, one over there, over here. Pick up an item. That's pretty cool. Can rotate the item. Ooh. Got some money. We need to look into the cash problem. So yeah, the next one is having that drop off point. One thing I want to do on the loot here, when we onRep hold and we want to set the cache visibility to false, I actually want this to be delayed. So we'll make a custom event, delay hide cache. We'll just put a little 2-second in there. I actually need to set this, or we'll call this delayed hide cache. And we will just call this like so. Instead of calling this directly the moment that you drop it, I want it to be able to land on the floor and then go away after some time. So we're going to set a timer by an event called create event delayed hide cache. We'll just wait for 3 seconds for that to be delayed. And what we need is this to be a handle. This is delay hide timer handle, because we don't want that handle to elapse if we grab the item again. So if the item was held, we'll just unclear that. So let's jump in. This means that when we drop it, we'll actually see that money for a little bit longer, especially in the case that it reduces in value. So that's cool. In fact, what we could do is we could say that when it hits the floor, it resets this delay. So let's take this. We do want to get rid of it here. Let's go event hit. And if it's not held, then we'll set a 2-second delay. And what that gives us the nice ability to say is if we actually throw it up and it goes away, it will come back again the moment it hits something. At least it should have. It's interesting. Event hit. Are we not simulating hits? Yeah, so it needs to simulate those hit events there in the collider. Okay, just reading through here. See a checklist. I think you can make both of these things a bit smaller so it doesn't steal too much screen. Yeah, I could definitely reduce these down. Takes a little bit of doing because one of these is a little bit of a strange scale. Yeah, something like that. Just reduce my face while I'm at it. So that hit now should actually occur. So we pick it up, we throw it up into the sky, we get that landing, and then it disappears after 2 seconds. The thing with hits and physics is it does trigger a bunch when it's like sliding around. So this is actually resetting a whole ton, and if it was on a slippery surface, like say it was like rolling down a hill, this would just constantly be triggering. And so we're actually going to jump down to hit reduces value before we do the drop off point, because I think where we are in this code is a good place to do hit reduces value. So we have this item data, we break this out, we get this cache, we can minus, and then we can set members in float, we can set the cache to, and we'll just say every time it has a certain amount of hit, it just minuses it like so. And then we just reset the item data to this edited struct, which will replicate it. Now when we do replicate, we're going to init the cache widget, and we're going to init the mesh again, which is not great. So if this is valid, let's just add some conditions in here. If this is not equal to the static mesh that we're using, get static mesh here. We'll just convert that over. So we don't need to change the mesh or reload the asset if we've already got it. So let's just move that over. It's all good. Let's move this. We've got this drag here that we're playing with. That is supposed to come into effect for like heavy items, so we'll take a look at that maybe as polish. Actually add it to the polish list as like heavy items. Yeah, so we're on hit reduces this. I have a question. How do you keep track of all the locations where you send network messages? Is there a way in Unreal to list where a multicast is sent and such? So the way I do it is by naming conventions. So if I come in here and I type in MC and then I hit search on all, I will see some functions that are like, oh, these are my multicasts. Of course, you get a whole load of other stuff, so you could be a little bit more verbose with that. Say you use an underscore in there, and say I actually stuck to that naming convention. That would be an easy way to find it. Same with like server. So I use like server set sprinting for server replicated events and such. Also, in your blueprints, you can kind of hover over certain things, and it will actually have a replicated. You can see down there, number of replicated properties 3. And so you can create a tool that goes through a certain folder or just your whole library and spits out anything where that property is more than 3. I could do a session one day where I create an editor tool that allows you to find that. Whether you can do that to find RPCs, maybe not. But if you're doing it by naming convention, maybe. I'm a little bit unsure, but for properties, at least you can go and find that. And also it's like is replicated will be, it is a property of the default class. So even though it's not listed here in this little drop down, you can find a sense like number of replicated properties is not equal to 0. So you can do that here. So I've got two things in my project that are replicated right now. If I go to content, I've got these 3 things that are replicated because they do have, at least through the concept of like replicated properties, be replicated equals true. You replicate maybe? No, it doesn't let you do it there. But yeah, num replicated property is not equal to 0. Not equal to 0 is a cool one. So that will show you all of your actors that have some replicated properties at least. That's a nice quick way of doing something. Okay, so let's go hardcore focus mode right now. We've got 1 hour 11 on the clock. I think we can probably do the rest of our goals for today in that time. And the next stream will be adding AI. So something that will chase us and do some crazy sounds, and should be cool. So we do have a cache widget here. What I'm going to say is if there's not a cache widget, then we're going to create a cache widget. If there is already a cache widget, let's open up this cache widget and create a new function, or we'll just do custom event. Let's do an event set cache. So we'll reset this and we'll create a new animation. What I'll do here as well is if I go to my UI horror, which have a damage anim, I wonder if I could just copy that, paste it in here. No? Okay. So what I'll do is I'll take this health current That's for that. Okay. So we have some color and opacity stuff going on with this health widget here. So we'll call this damage anim. And in here, I'll paste in what I just copied and then change the target. So replace with TB cache. And so now we'll get this event. We do need to return our original color though. So let's drag this. Oh look, it's already down here. That's interesting. Just like, huh. That's cool. That's new. That didn't used to be there. So we'll grab this and we'll use the previous color. Key that. Copy that key to these other two places. And so now it's like, oh, you damaged it. I'm going to get rid of the one in the middle. So anytime you take damage, it's just going to do this little animation. So that's damage anim. We'll play that animation forward. So that sets the cache there. And so back in our loot, set cache. Because we already had this widget. The only time that this changes a second time is if the cache changes for now. So it's generally somewhat okay. So here we go, we lose 50 cache each time. And in fact, if, we'll do a branch here. If this is less than or equal to 0, we'll actually destroy the actor. And if not, then we'll update the values. And we just need to come up with a condition for when this damage event occurs. So we'll call it custom event take damage. Not going to care about the velocity, but we could always plug in the velocity for the amount of damage that gets taken, but let's just keep it simple for now, just get it working. So we have this hit, we get the object's velocity. The object's velocity length, and if it's say more than, I just got to pick a variable like 200 for now, and we'll see if it's good enough. Then we'll take damage. The other thing we'll do is we'll show the cache UI. What I called it, set cache UI visibility. And then we'll call this delayed hide. Okay, so we don't really care if it's held. We want to run this. We want the damage to only happen on the server. And then on event end play, we can switch on whether it was destroyed as an end play event. Let's just play a sound on location. Actual location. We need something from FreeSound for like a destruction sound, and we need something for a reduced health sound. So let's go freesound.org. Let's go break, Creative Commons. It's just going to give me like break beats. Oh, Smash maybe? You got me. Got you, sweet Nervar. I'm in. Yep, that'll be the sound. And then we'll have like a crack sound for when you hit something. Knuckle crack. Go. We got here. has beer sound every time you hit the wall. So I'm finding a sound right now for when it hits the wall. This needs to be like a shatter, maybe. Shatter's a bit much. Every time it hits something, it just goes. Sure, is that better or worse than this one? What's this one? So that's when it breaks. Bit long. It will shorten it. Oh, that's a bit loud. Yeah, every object's going to need its own like sound set in a real scenario, because you'll want things to sound like wood, you'll want things to sound like glass, so on and so forth. I just got a ping somewhere. Where did that come from? I have no idea. Definitely heard a ping. Don't see the ping. Heard a doodle. Okay, anyway, so which one was it? This one? It's a bit loud. Yeah, we'll go with this one. So we'll take both of these. We'll pop open Audacity. And we'll go play with these sounds. For when we hit an object on a wall, we got, what's this? Okay, so this is a break. A break. A damage. Yeah, don't care. Right, so we've got break and we got damage. So for the break, we need to solo this one. That one's fine. Like, we can just import that. This one, I'm gonna. So sound takes a lot of memory. So I like to jump in, generate. I think it's effect, maybe fade out. So that just keeps this sound a lot shorter. Sure. Double click this file, export audio, a break WAV. We put it in our survival horror source files, and we'll just export that. Save project? Nope. Okay, so for our loot, let's make a new folder called sounds, and well, I could call it audio. I do prefer to call it audio. Audio. Let's import those two sounds that we just made. I put them in smart location, break. We got that one, and then we had damage. I think what I did was call it break, but really it should have been called damage. I need to undo this, delete these. Ran out of music on my stream, and I do need music, so I'm going to restart that. Okay, guy messed up. So the break sound is fine. That's cool. Then if we go back to our survival source, this needs to be called a damage. Put this in. Save both of those. We've got some audio in other places, so like the flashlight click. I'm just going to steal that, copy it over here. Just call this sc_item break and sc_item damage. Pop both of those open. Delete this stuff. So this one is item break. Plug that in. Let's give it some decent modulation for this one, so like 0.8 to 1.2. It's just when it explodes. And then we've got add damage. Again, we're going to do quite heavy modulation on this one. It's significantly louder, so we'll turn it down a bit. Go. Maybe need to turn this one up a smidge. Oh, would you look at that? 1.5 to 1.8. Damage here. Let's reset this. That's fine. So here, yeah, if it's destroyed, it's iron break. And for any time that we take damage like so, what we can do is the authority for the destruction here. Well, actually, rather than playing it on end play here, might be a problem there, actually. Yeah. So if I put the sound for destruction like here, there's a chance that the destruction of the object happens before the hit for a client, and the object just disappears and nothing actually happens. Using event end play on destroyed, rather than any of these end in play and stuff, we just get a sound whenever this is called and occurs on the client, so that's nice. It was audible on stream, right? It's like, doo-doo. Everyone watching is like, hello. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a message, so it's one of my like 500 channels that I'm in. So yeah, we're going to destroy here like this. We're going to play this sound, and then for the authority, we'll check whether, well, we'll do the health change basically. So let's give that a go on one player first. We immediately lost some health there. What I need to do is actually print out the value of this. And we're also getting an issue where we can't actually see. Okay, so if I push this on the floor and just like rub it along the floor, no, it's good. Wondering what. It was 172, but we didn't get damage event. Oh, it exploded. Okay. I just hear like cracks and smashes like across the whole map. Right, yeah, so you'll notice there I kind of rubbed it against this, but the velocity was high the whole time. Yeah. So it triggers like 6 or 7 of these all at once. So what we need is how do we do this? So what we can do is we can shove a do once in here. Custom reset hit. We've got a custom event. We'll reset the hit at certain times. So if it wasn't more than this, then we just reset hit. If it was, then we do this, and we're just going to delay over here for like maybe 1 second. Just be like, you can't just keep rubbing this across the wall and it destroy your object. We get the one hit, smashes. Okay. What we're not getting is when we start interacting with this object, we're not actually getting this. So why is that? Init the cache widget. If the cache widget is not valid and the cache is more than 0, then we should create a cache widget. Is the cache widget valid? we are interesting. I'm going to take this off of construction and I'm going to put it on begin play. And so on the server it's going to do this logic and update. That didn't help us. Oh, wild. Have we got a widget already in here? We do not. That's annoying. Just delete that guy. Go back to our loot quickly. Drop a loot in the game. Hit play. Alright, we've got this 300. Ow. Ow. Okay, so the number isn't updating because I forgot to do that. Go here, collapse to function. On cache updated. We'll put that down here. $100. Oh, 50. And then it just explodes. We're going to need a particle effect because obviously that's like really sort of jank right now. Let's go Niagara. Let's make an empty, please. Where's empty? Empty. Completely empty. Yep. So we'll go. Actually, maybe we can find one that's good. Let's check the defaults. Right. So we just need a burst. We need like a pop that just happens. Maybe this will be the one. A directional burst. Call this Niagara system underscore item break. It's going to be the world's worst particle system, but it will show us what we want. Now the only thing I ever want to do in here is disable this background, so hopefully we can do that really easily now. No background, please. Cool. So the lifetime of these particles is quite long. So if we go to here, we can go to this lifetime and just be like 0.2 to 0.5. So it just pops. Color is a little bit much. So again, in our initializing our color, let's just make it like kind of this. Maybe we'll go red to match the it's bad. That was bad. And that's simulating across a certain axis. So if we just like rotate around, it does potentially look like it's X forward. Yeah, cool. So that's X forward. What we can do is go to our loot, and when we take damage here, what we can do is we can just move a bunch of our stuff. So on the authority, which we'll do second in the sequence. Actually, no, we'll just do it like this. Okay, so we've got the sound. We'll play the effect as well. So Niagara system, spawn system at location, and the location will just be this, and the rotation, so X vector, take hit normal, take hit location. These as vectors that come into our damage event. Be where we play this. This will be where we play the sound. This will be that's not going to work because we're doing the explosion down here. Well, let's do it this way. See if this does work. Ignore my previous recommendations, I suppose. See what happens. I mean, I know this is going to break on a server scenario. What we'll do is we'll actually The particle effect can stay there. This can stay here. Alrighty. All that. Now when we take damage, we need to take some hit location and some normal from there. That sorts everything out there. What we want to do as well, the object does get destroyed like fairly immediately, which is a shame. See what happens. Good enough. Let's do another effect for item damage. We'll just reduce the number of particles, we'll reduce the velocity as well. So we'll go from like 150 to 250 for the speed. We'll change the acceleration, or the gravity force in this case, to like -400. We'll change the lifetime of the particles a smidge. So it's just like a small crack. We'll change the color. It's not super dangerous. And we will do the same again. So hit location here. X vector here. Move this along. So it's at this point where I look at my graph and I'm like, this is disgusting. And then I grab this and I convert this to an event, to a function. And then inside this function now, just drag this out, create hit location, get hit location. It's an incoming variable, so hit normal. I do like to call these in because there are some cases where you've got the same name. So then you grab this, move this over, Control C, V, everywhere where this is used, we just replace it. And same for the hit normal. We just drag this around, got that hit normal in there. It's cool, drag this over, and now we have a much easier to read function. It's like this. Cool. It's a lot nicer. Okay. There's an object over there that took some damage and it's really not good. Yeah. See, it doesn't always... It really doesn't need to be that high on this damage here. It's like 100. Oops. Just gotta move this around the world. Oh, it just exploded it. Let's go find another one. Oh yeah, look at this guy. I immediately broke it. So one of the things that happened there was that when I picked the object up, the rotation variable, this target rotation, when I grabbed, it wasn't equal. So it immediately tried to spin itself around and then hit everything on the way. So what we need to do is when we unwrap the physics handle and hold, we need to immediately set target rotation to be whatever that rotation was. Otherwise we'll always get that kind of problem. See if we can go find a long. That's cool. Don't drop it off the ledge. Okay. Some doors. Oh yeah, got another item. Let's take this with us. Oops, should have waited for the door. You can see it as well when it does slide along the floor a bunch. It works out pretty well. Let's give ourselves a bunch of items here, see if we can generate a long one. Cool. So now when we pick that up, that's good. We can rotate it so that we can try and get through doors and walls and stuff. Oh god. Oh god. We
Okay, so we'll go this way. Okay, so that's actually hitting me in the head, which is not very good. So we know that we just can't have items that are that long. So let's just shrink the length of this a bit. Let's go back to our modeling mode. X-form, transform, just shrink it down a bit. Like, it's still pretty funny to have a long item, so we'll bake that down. Cool. Nope, it was a lie. There we go. So it's this one we want. Immediately took 200 damage. Okay, so now we can walk through the world. See, if I'm sprinting, it actually also still hits me. What I think we need to do is make it ignore us whilst we're holding it. So when we're here, we'll ignore actor when moving, soft, and we should ignore it. Go here, and this will not ignore me now. Let's try that. We need to do this in a different order because we want to release this afterwards. It's actually giving me an idea of how to clean this up a little bit as well, but we won't worry for now. A little bit of my code I wasn't happy with, but I can probably fix it now. Really need to fix the break on begin play. Okay, so if I run at this now, it should not hit me. It still hits me. Does this component whether to ignore collision with all components of a specific actor when this component is moved? Which component is moved? Tells this component whether to ignore collision with all components of a specific actor when this component is moved. So when this component is moved, ignore all things of that actor. When this component is moved, ignore all things of that actor. There we go. Maybe that's going to be a bit better. Nope. Didn't like that. Get grabbed component. Yeah, physics handle, please. Okie dokie. So, rotate this, run into it. That didn't work. What a joke. This item should ignore. Actually, what I can do is I can print from here, we'll do print string. What's the other component that we're hitting? We'll get tons of stuff until ideally we don't get anything again. Oh, okay. It's not great. Let's move this over to here. Quick little debug. Let's see what we're actually hitting. We are hitting the cylinder. So I was right. It was. Oh no, it's what? Yeah, collision cylinder. Sorry, it's this one. It's called collision cylinder, even though it's a capsule. Isn't that just dandy? They've got a clearly named capsule component that is called a collision cylinder. Cylinders and capsules are two separate things. The Unreal Way. Where are we at on time? We've got 40 minutes. I think I think we're still okay. We're just solving some little problems right now. In particular, I wanted the held item to ignore this entire actor. Annoying that it's not doing it. Ignore component. Ignore component when moving. Ignore this component when moving. Yes. There's a component whether to ignore collision with another component when the component is moved. Yes. The capsule is moving. Right? Come back. Okay, well let's do it the other way around. Oh my gosh. Does it have to be both ways round? Is that the deal? We've got something weird going on here anyway, but this component, this one. This component, this one. You watch just like this doesn't work. It just never works. Yep. Still gonna hit it on the collision cylinder. Fine. So we're not going to ignore it here. We're going to delete all that logic. Get the physics handle that we can release that component. That's fine. In the loot, let's not do that. Do that. Okay. What I'm going to do is add, probably get rid of this. Probably want to put something in here like time since creation is more than 2, then we can start taking damage. That should stop all that cacophony at the beginning of the game. Then here we've got another branch. So as long as we've got this held here, we don't actually know who's holding, despite having pawn here. Change this to pawn. Holding pawn. Call this this. Just refresh this. Refresh. Holding pawn is this. Jump into this. Jump into held. Let's grab all this. Unwrap holding pawn. This is valid. Not valid. Grab item, sets the holding pawn. Release item, drops the holding pawn. Awesome. That lets me do is ask, as long as the other actor is not equal to my holding pawn, then I'll move forward just a little bit more. Let's do all these conditions before we do this do once. I mean, that might result in extra cycles, but it's okay. We're going to reset it otherwise anyway. Okay, so Problem is, it does still like kind of go crazy if we're sprinting into it. Oops. Rotation speed's still a little bit low. I'm going to increase that again. Go 35. Okay, so we have hit reduces value. We've done that. Let's go update that. File export selected, and let's do that. Okay, then we've got the drop-off point, so let's get that sorted. I'm going to check that the other actor has tag, and put this no damage. As long as the actor doesn't have that tag. Let's just do a not here. The idea is that we can basically drop an object onto a delivery location without it taking damage. Let's create that delivery location. It's just a blueprint actor. BP delivery location. Let's open that up. This tag on this actor is no damage. Have cube to start. It will just be big old boy. Compile that, put it in the world, see how it looks. It's not big enough. So we'll do this. Okay, and then we're going to have a goal number on here as well. So let's just set something up for that. Obviously, with an artist, you'd have a much better time with this particular part. But I'm just going to put a number on there. Let's duplicate this. We're going to go cache goal. We'll make this orange, I think. Be our cache goal. Let's make it nice and bold. Let's change the background color of this to also be this nice orange. Okay. The way this will work is it will represent the amount that you still need. So we'll start at 0. I have a function in here, set cache goal. I have a widget component that we attach to this guy. Be a non-colliding widget that cannot be stepped on. It will be world space. It will be cache goal. Scale. The world. We'll use that nice material that we made earlier. Where did we put it? This one. Oh. Cool. We'll draw it desired scale. when we set the cache goal, we will grab that widget get, use a widget object, and if that's valid, no, let's just go cache goal get. Let's make an integer first. That's the cache goal. Make another function on cache goal updated. If there isn't a valid widget here, then we'll just set timer by event, create on cache goal updated. We'll just do it again in 0.5 seconds. If there is a widget, then we'll cast it to cache goal. Come here, get a new function. Let's call this set cache goal. Hash, and then it's going to play this damage anim, which we're just going to rename to updated anim. Though we don't need. We're not going to be showing and hiding this. We've got this updated anim. Let's have a look at the colors here. Let's just change this to white. Oh, didn't key it. Change it to white, key it, copy and paste, missed. And it goes back to green, of course. So we want the orange, I think it was this. Oh, come on. Orange. Key, copy, paste. Yeah, so that's every time that the cache goal updates. So what we really need is this to be rep notify, and this changes throughout the game. So it starts at like 12,000. On rep cache goal, on cache goal updated. We'll also call this on begin play, because it may have already been updated. So we'll just run that. Then we'll set cache goal to the new cache. There you go. Now, next thing is tally up what's in there when something gets placed or removed from the area. So in order to do that, we will take box collision, grow this out. That'll be our little cache area. In a different game, I would maybe just make this entire thing this one box, and then you could just put it on whatever decoration you want. But I'm doing it a little bit different, I guess. Okay, so no collision, and then we'll do custom. Sorry, we'll do query used for overlaps. It will generate overlap events, and it's going to do that for physics bodies. So physics bodies can overlap this. So right click this, add an event for begin overlap, and add an event for end overlap. I have a new function called tally cache. We'll get this, it will get all overlapping, or get overlapping actors of the type loot, and for each of those we will get the item data. Oh, we have to cast it again, so cast it back to loot again, and we get the item data. Break this, get that cache and add it, or we'll promote it to a local variable iCache. Bugger. That's fine, I think. Not fine. Call it current cache. Rep notify. Cache goal, on cache updated, on rep current cache, boo boo boo. We will actually update the cash goal here as well. Set cash goal comes from the loop manager, which is where we initialize like the game mode. So that's going to initialize the initial cash. Current cash, yeah, this is actually what we need to send over, and this is technically the goal. Set, I'll just call it set current cash, because this number decreases, right? That's current cash. On cash, whoa, on cash updated. Yeah. So we'll tally cash here when that cash goal changes. We actually technically don't need to on-rep this cash goal. Just when we set the cash goal, we need to run the tally because it's going to change some logic. This cash goal technically doesn't need to be replicated. It's like a server backend thing, because when we tally, what we're going to do is we're going to take the cash goal and we're going to minus the we're going to minus I cash, which is a composite of all the cash, and if that is going to be current cash not equal to current cash, then we're going to update it to this, and if that is less than or equal to 0, then I'm just going to run a quick function. It's just like complete round. Tally the cash, complete the round if it's equal to 0, because we've got all the money that we needed. That happens at the end of the loop. This is the cash. It's cash plus cash. Cash plus cash. Give me all the cash. Cash that. I'm caching the cash. Said that word so many times now, it doesn't sound like it should be a word. Cash. Cash. Who made that word? Cash. Okay, so we tallied the cash. Then we take that cash away from the goal, and if it's, well, I suppose I should also ask if this is more than 0 as well, because it may not actually be valid yet. In fact, we'll do that a lot earlier, because we want to say, hey, if this is not valid, then we just don't want to run any of this, because there's no point in tallying if we don't have a goal. And once that goal is set on the server, then we'll tally, which won't take long because we're going to do it pretty immediately in the loop manager here. So when we set the quota, we'll get all actors of class, and we'll do delivery location. We know there's only going to be one, so it might be get actor of class. Yeah, get one actor, which is the delivery location. There's only going to be one. We drag off this. Is this actually a delivery location? Yeah, so set cash goal. We'll set it to the required cache there. That will initialize the delivery location's text block. It will then tally, because we've changed this. We have nothing in here, so it's just immediately 1500 in this case. Then we've got these overlaps, right? So we want to tally cash every time we receive or remove an item. We want to re-update. So let's pop that against this back wall over here. Hit play. So we have a 1500 goal. Pick up a $250 item. It goes down. Wait, did I knock it? I did knock it. So if I take it out again, it changes to 1500, it changes to 1300. That's cool. Let's pick up another item. Wow. Why did it do that? Why did it do that? That was annoying. But now if I just like launch this over there, like it shouldn't take damage if I launch it into this hole. Like, oh. Exploded it on the wall. Oh, I just exploded that one. Okay, so we need like a ka-ching every time money goes in there, because otherwise we're missing out. Catching or catching? I don't know. Caching. Yeah, cash register. That's a great idea. Let's go cash register. Money.
Money.
Money. Which cash be the one? Why can't I? Am I already on show advanced search options? I need to go back to base here. Cash. Creative Commons. There we go. You'll do. You will do, sir. Okay, let's go back to audio here. I'll go to my downloads, do A_money. This SC_money. Add in. Ding to ching to ching to ching to ching. It's going to be every time it changes, just to notify you. It could always be different if it's on a different one. But let's say if this has changed, we will place sound location, actor location. Sound will be money. Be money. SC_money. Money. 17 minutes. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it always does it the first time as well. So that's fun. Should put a branch in here. It's like my favorite one. Time since creation is more than 2. We don't want to play that sound until later. Pick this guy up, rotate him, put him down, pick this one up, rotate him like this. Whoops. It does wobble it sometimes, which oh, I know why. It is because it's still hitting my character. That is still the problem there. It like, yeah, god damn it. I really need those items to not hit each other. Let's use Super Google. Maybe it will know. UE5. Set static mesh physics. Physics objects do not collide with my character. I don't want it to ignore all pawns. I want it to hit other pawns. Some collision channels, don't want to do that. Disable all collision on the same mesh, don't want to do that. Use the ignore component logic. It only affects movement-based collision, i.e. physics interactions. This does not disable overlap or trace responses. Maybe that's the problem. All mutual ignoring. You may also want to call ignore when moving. Why didn't that work then? Ignore when moving. Ignore. Oh, look at that. It worked that time for some reason. I tried to do this earlier and it didn't work. Now it did work. Okay, so then we just come down here and we just undo this. Get grabbed, whoops, get grabbed component. All right, so that's that. A little bit happier, take this, $100 please. Yeah, nice. Oops. Cool. Get one out. What? Alright. So let's tick that one off. That's the drop-off point total. So we have achieved one more thing from our list. Drop-off total. File, export this back to our checklist here. Cool. HUD cache total. So what is our initial goal? Our loot manager, I think I set this to be not net loaded on client. So when we set the cache goal here, we do want to replicate this. We'll rep notify that. And what we'll do is we'll set up an event dispatcher. It's like total change. It's called a little thing on there. We'll go over to our UI horror. We will get something like this text block back here. We'll grab that. This. We will paste that back in. We'll put that at the top right. And this is going to be our money goal. So this will be dollars out of a certain number of dollars. So this will be starting with 0 of 0. We'll make all this green because it's cash. That's our goal there. Let's set that up. So in our delivery location, we've got total changed. We've got on current cache as well. Probably want to just call this on here too. In our HUD, what we do is we will custom event bind to cache goal. Usually I'd do this in a separate widget and I would compose the widgets all together rather than having it all in like the HUD, because then when someone wants to iterate or you just want to iterate and you want the code to be clean, once you've got like 100 elements it gets really busy. So this would all be its own widget, and then this logic about binding to this object would be its own widget, but in this case I'm not going to do that. I'll just let you know that that is how I would do it in another case. Get actor of class. Going to be the delivery location, and if that's valid then we will continue, and if it is not valid we will set a timer by an event to just redo this for 0.5. This is just because that's a replicated actor. It may not have replicated to the client yet. Once it is, however, we will assign when cache or total changes, and we'll update our text blocks. So let's make sure these text blocks have good naming. So TB cache current of TB cache goal. goal, current, set text. Set text. We'll convert this to a variable here. These in. Cash goal, get cash current. So that goes in there, and that goes in there. Cool. Not everyone has knowledge of that, apparently, but apparently not. But also, it's just because we didn't call total change on begin play. Maybe not. Oh my gosh. Why is that not happening? Oh, didn't call it. Classic. 1,500? Nope. Okay. Current cash should be 0. I need to change some of my logic here. So, event graph, tally cache, iCache here. What we're going to do is we should really set current cache to this. And if current cache is more than or equal to cache goal, then that's the win condition. If iCache is not equal to current cache, then we'll update current cache. And this updates on cache updated here. Set current cache of the delivery location to the widget. So the widget's number should be goal minus current cache. So we'll just clean that up a little bit there. Actually store the variables. Right, 0 over 1,500, cool. Take this one. So yeah, you got two ways of looking at this, I guess. Top right is how close are we? And don't know why that's staying on screen the whole time though. Oh, because we never turn it off. And the one on the board is just like, you know, how close are you? So then we just need an end round UI, so we'll sort that out, and then could always add an AI to this in another episode. So what we got going on here is we set it to true, and then we drop it. I love that we are resetting the hit there. Yeah, no, the do once happens here, and then we reset the hit after 1 second. That's fine. We show it, and then we have this delayed hide cache, which should hide it. So we're showing it. That's cool. We drop it. Interesting. Did release the object. If the holding pawn is not valid, then delay hold cache, hide cache. Was not delayed. That was like absolutely immediate. I see the problem there. It's not actually delayed. I don't like that. It should really be only when I drop it. So, but we'll leave it. I think it's fine. It's whatever. Okay, so the cache UI part is done. Let's take that off. File, export that, checklist. Now we're on the end round UI. So let's just whip up an end round UI. It'll be in UI here. Okay, widget escape menu, but widget end round. This is going to be super simple. We'll have leave and quit still in there. For the overlay in the middle, we'll just have a big text block that just says massive 150, and it will animate because that'll be cool. Fade. Oops. It'll be like big scale in. Start at 0.2. Back up to 1.2. Start at no angle. And what angle to the right? And then what angle to the left? Meanwhile, we'll return to the defaults. Wow. Quota met. Awesome. And of course, we will, alongside that, we will add a audio track. Yeah, whatever. We'll add an event, which is SC cache, or just cache. Well, I think it's just money. All right, we'll just add money in there. Ripple money. Can I just raise the volume of this? Apparently not. Make this green. Green for success. And we'll actually wrap this with a widget switcher. It'll be like a win fail. We'll have another one here that's just like. We will get to that particular logic another time, because we'll need to code a loss condition, which will be everyone died, and we'll do that in the game mode or the game state probably. Otherwise, I think we have an end round UI that we could show on this complete round here. We'll actually convert this. We'll convert this event function to an event. We will not do that. Complete round valid. Round complete. Have this as a boolean. Rep. Round complete. Unwrap round complete. Create widget. Round, I think I called it. Nice. Add to viewport. And yeah, folder set UI only. Be this UI and show mouse. Show mouse set show mouse to true. That would be all of that. Flush the input because we don't want the players to be moving around anymore. Here we would also like destroy a bunch of creatures and things like that. We'll probably do this as well through the game mode. We would put our logic for game state, game mode controls in the right place. So that should do. That should do. We do need to put all the money in there though. Let's reduce the requirement. Done. 4 seconds to spare. Cool. So we did manage to get
you know, hack the versions of everything that we wanted in. And so far we've spent 8 hours on this. And so I feel like if I was to do that in one sitting, it would be a lot cleaner and also faster, and also I wouldn't be talking into a microphone if I was actually in a games jam. All kinds of things would change the speed at which it would take to do this. But it's a prototype, right? So prototype worked out. If anyone wants to see anything specific next week in terms of the template, so we've got a fighting one, like the fists and kicks and stuff, punches and kicks. That's a third person one, we could play with that. We've got like a top-down RTS template, we've got a vehicle template, and so, you know, the goal would be to just go and see if we can replicate each of them in stream. And this one was a little bit longer for me because I really wanted to make a Lethal-like game. I thought that would be a fun start. What I'm probably going to do, because I don't have much on my other projects right now, is I might go and add the AI this afternoon and sort of do another 4-hour stream possibly. I'll just check in with the team to see if we've covered our workload already, and if so, I'll probably jump in and do that. My cat's actually moaning to let her out, and I want to let me out of this office as well. So I will catch you guys next time, probably this afternoon. See you later.